So, Twitter notification is out. So, is somebody in? Hi, Plamora Prism. Nice to see you here. Gotta share this around a little. I do want to share the live stream. So, so now we wait for enough people to join. Until more people are here. Hello to the 1 to 2 people who are already here. I hope the sound is okay. I have had a busy week. I did not engage with this as much as I usually would. But that's fine, I can have one off week. Usually I wanted to stream this earlier, but it just was not feasible. I was constantly doing things. So much things. There was so much things to do. But hey, we are back here. With Robot Girl game. Well, Robot Girl book. Robot Girl existence. We're here with Robot Girl existing. Everybody say hi to Robot Girl. I do like the music. I don't mind letting the music play a little bit as we wait for more people to join. I'm gonna check the configurations. Just for information, we are still in the test version, like the trial version of the VN. The thing is though, I've already bought the full version, so as soon as this one runs out, I'm just gonna copy the save files over and we're just gonna read right on in the full version. Where are the people? Where are the humans? Oh, Sabi not joining? That is a shame. I hope we will get more people. Meanwhile, my server is talking. Oh, my server is really nice things. Wait. Oh, hi, Elu, I see. More people. Okay, we've got 2 people now, so that's better. Let's see. Screen size. Full screen windowed. I put it windowed because that's better for my purposes. Message skip. Per paragraph. Oh, only skip already seen paragraphs, or skip even. No, we're not doing this. There's an auto mode. We're not using the auto mode. I'm not crazy. We're not too crazy for this. Okay. I guess we start by doing a quick recap. We're doing a quick recap of what happened so far. So, this dude is Jude. He lives in a post-apocalyptic world where leaving any human settlement can mean death, because there is a dangerous area outside the areas where humans live. And even if you're not in that dangerous area where singularity machines will possibly attack you and hunt you to death, even if you're not there, going outside your towns can be extremely dangerous because you might be shot down by robbers. There's gangs, there's animals, there's a lot of things that might put an end to your life. He has gotten he's a courier. His job is to go from town to town to run the errands for people that they can't run themselves. One day he gets a curious request from a guy who sent out a drone as some sort of weird trial to see who he's giving his request to. It's about retrieving a single android, which he claims might help reviving human civilization somehow. Which intrigues Jude, even though he is a realist who does not fully believe in the ability of doing something like this so easily. So he goes to the point to try and at least pick up that android, and he finds this android girl who he ends up naming Philia, named so because he finds her incredibly creepy and originally wanted to not give her a name at all, or name her Phobia, which she did not accept. But settled on Philia then, because it is a kind of a pun on pedophilia and technophilia, as I like to say. Oh, why did I... YouTube, please do not nuke me. This is relevant to my... This is relevant, I swear. Apparently we're not getting enough data for fluent streaming. I don't mind if it has to buffer though. Show me the widget. Why is the stream not so good today? Okay, let's see what happens if I put this somewhere else. But I have this thing, I have the internet wired to... well, it's not, it looks good though. If there's any, like, issues with the internet, please tell me. It looks good on my end, but it claims it doesn't receive enough data. Okay, now it seems to be better. Let's be careful with this. Anyway, where was I? Oh yes, he names the robot girl Philia, well, android girl actually, and finds out that she is a perfect replica of a real human 12-year-old girl, which very much disturbs him, because he does think of her as some sort of fetish object, and also very contrary to his own ideals of what humanity is, much like the wild people who are also, in his opinion, wild people who live outside of human society, were not raised inside human society, who he also doesn't consider befitting of his image of his ideal of what humanity is. So he tries to keep his distance from her, but she keeps doing endearing things. She acts like a real little girl, she can get hurt like a real little girl, she can't hack into other machines, she is, for all intents and purposes, just a little girl who happens to have really complicated machinery at the core of her. And also she insists that she needs to become human, which seems to be her prime directive, which he finds very, very, very weird and also disturbing, and also he doesn't understand the purpose of this machine, please help. Jude convinces her that he is her owner, and uses her desire to become human to manipulate her into following him so she's easier to transport, and they come to town together, where he more and more observes just how she endears other people to herself, and also how she just acts like a normal person generally, and almost ends up buying her a dress until She says that she wants to save that dress for when she has become human. But that is when Jude, this is where we stopped last time, this is when Jude catches himself and tells himself, well, she is just built to evoke sympathy. I need to keep treating her as a machine. So, this is my very brief recap of where we were. Are there any questions of the people who are here? Of which there are not many, I do not think there are. We have 2 people here. 4 people. Oh. Any questions? I do need an active chat, else it's not as fun. Hi, Elo, is none that come to mind. Okay, that's very fair. It's okay. Let's just continue for now. So, the loading where we last stopped. We were at chapter 2, Tabi no Hachimari, beginning of a journey. We did a lot of analysis last time. A lot of analysis. If you have anything that you want to say about last time that comes to you, for example, what comes to me about last time that I would like to talk about. Wow. God, this was a week. I was so busy this week I didn't have that much time to think about it. But mostly I think it is interesting how Jude keeps going back and forth between clearly being endeared to Philia and catching himself and being like, nope, just a machine. She's creepy. I do not like. Go away. It's just my cargo. Just somebody I need to escort. Also, like, the part where he is like, I could treat her as an apprentice. That would make it easier. And then he's actually seems enthused about the idea of taking an apprentice, even though he said he's not treating her as a person. He's just cognitive dissonance 100. It is fascinating. Anyway, let us continue. Hi, Stella! Jude! There's a guest for you! By the way, the voice, for those who don't remember, this is like the innkeeper, who's like an old acquaintance of Jude's. Where? Why is he... Okay, Jude added with the kanji again. Wow, with first line of narration and I need to look up a kanji. Thanks, Jude. Wonderful. I love you, dude. Okay. This didn't take long. Let's do this. So... Okay, this seems to be some... Oh! The woman chinned up. The woman chinned up. I've never heard this expression before, but apparently it's what it means. The woman chinned up. On the single dirty sofa in the lobby sat a single man. Oh, not the single. On the dirty sofa that stood in the lobby sat a single man. He was of the same occupation as me. He seemed rather shady. I could tell that much just by his shady atmosphere. Wearable system. Oh, he had high-tech high-tech devices from another time and era equipped on his person, and wore a wearable system, a wired wearable system, haphazardly on his person. A wired wearable system connected to his firearms on his person. Nobody other than a courier would be able to use something like this. Not like anybody would have a need to use something like this. Actually, there is no use to wear something like this inside town at all, but I understand why he would. He is used to it. He would feel naked and unsecure if he took off his gear. Yeah. Oh yeah, again, yeah. He would feel completely unprotected and naked. Like completely helpless without something like this. That is how bad it is once you're used to wearing these things. This is interesting. We'll talk about this later, but this is interesting because he admits that he's like overly reliant on technology and that like couriers like him are overly reliant on technology. He admits that here. That's interesting. I need to look this up. Hang on. Hi there, Novastar. I hope I'm not slow today. I took a nap before this, so I would be like on my prime. So if I take a while to get going, just imagine I'm a Pokemon with the terrible ability slow start. Please don't leave me alone. I need you guys. This didn't work the way I wanted it to. Hang on. Okay, Ilu Ice in the chat, just imagine I have the talent of Reggie Gigas. That's exactly what I was thinking of, yes. I only get going after 5 turns. I take 5 turns to unleash my true potential. Okay. Ah! When it comes to input, the basic design of us humans is hopelessly outdated. Amazing. Wow. Why is he talking about humans like machines? Like, this is interesting. Are you Jude? Yes, that would be me. I have a delivery for you. I don't know who sent it, but would you be able to accept it? You don't know who sent it? Oh, it's Cube! Cube is back! The man took out... The cargo that the man took... Oh, the moment I saw the cargo that the man took out, I immediately understood what was going on. Did your client happen to be an old man? Huh, I wouldn't know. I didn't meet him in person. He used far distance communication in order to give me the request. He told me to look for you and hand this cargo over to you. Seems like this is just how he does things. Oh, wait, no, that he said it differently. I am surprised you accepted that request. That's hilariously what. I was talking about myself more than him here. Yeah, I was about to point it out. Jude, please. Same hat. Same hat. He knew about you, and he made it very easy for me to research your current location. His information was surprisingly good. A few days after I accepted the request, this fell down on top of my roof. I see. I don't know what's inside. It could be a bomb. Are you sure that you want to accept it? It could be a bomb! Could be a bomb! Will we accept? Yeah, I will accept it. Alright, then my job is done here. My job here is done! But you didn't do anything. Ah, right. There's one more thing I was supposed to tell you. Okay, another term I don't know. Thanks, Jude. You are expanding my vocabulary. Expand brain. Estelle in the chat, take the bomb, pat the bomb, cherish the bomb, forfeit all material possessions to the bomb. Randy in the chat, he makes it sound like handing out innocuous things that are actually bombs happens all the time. In this world, I would not be surprised, in all honesty. I would not be surprised. Let's continue. The next time you communicate, he will not be able to be talking about your cargo, is what he told me to tell you. What does he mean by that? Ah, if I knew. Maybe he just doesn't want to talk about the cargo next time because he is afraid that you might be overheard and getting thieves on the plan. Oh. Once the man had done what he had came for, he left. Without even a single meaningless word. That is exactly how a courier should act, without complaining.
So, what is that?
So when it comes to having an meaningless amount of curiosity, she is certainly not not well suited to being a courier. We went back to the room. And I put the cube on my bed. I didn't need to do anything. I was worried about whether I would get the right timing or not, but the cube immediately established a connection. There he is! He's back! Oh, excuse me. Can you see me well? It was the same old man as before, and he showing up on my terminal. Well, on the screen actually. There are no problems. We have the connection was successful. Oh. The cargo happens to currently be in the room. Oh, no tonari no hea. Okay. Okay. The cargo that you demand of me is currently in the room next to me. It should be back here in a moment. Then you will be able to ascertain that it is here yourself. That would be lovely, thank you. A pinhole opened up on one of the sides of the cube. Was this a camera? Oh! The mechanism removed itself from the hole in the cube on its own accord and started to move around freely.
Hey Jude, can I use the bed by the okay, no. Hey Jude, can I use the bed by the window? Huh? Wait, that thing didn't have a hole earlier, did it?
Philia had just come back and was pointing her fingers at the communication module. She is magnificent! The old man let out a sigh full of emotion. Philia, this is a communication device. Do not touch it.
But it's so small! There's not even any switches on it.
It doesn't have any external ports because it is a closed device. It can use wireless communication, so it doesn't need any. No external... What's an external port? I'm talking about plugs. You know, the stuff where you can put in cables and such. She looked as if she had lost interest in the conversation. And started, wandering around the room, looking at the things here instead. The old man had his gaze on her, following her intently. As with one of his hands balled to a fist. So is there no mistakes about it? Yes, this is exactly what I wanted. I must thank you. May I talk a little about this? Wait, I got it wrong. Would you like to talk to her? No, this is all I needed to see. I've already seen everything I needed to know. It is a surprise to me. I would have never thought that what you wanted me to retrieve would be something like this. And yet it is. And you have done very well bringing it this far. The honest answer is that I wouldn't have been able to bring her this far without the promise of being able to meet you. Huh? After all, I was using Philia's desire to become human as a motivator to bring her this far. I told her that I would... Oh, so I told the old man that I told her that I might be able to introduce her to a person who might know of a possibility to make this come true. Oh, that is no problem. That way she will only be able to call... Oh, and interestingly, he calls her kanojo, which is like something similar to a third-person pronoun, but like you would only use that for a person and for especially for a girl. So I find it interesting that he calls her by a word that you would only really use for a person. That is interesting. Anyway, oh, that is no problem for me. If that makes her come here of her own free will. Oh, yeah, he says exactly what I just said. What does that mean? You're treating her almost as if she's a person. The man on the screen stretched out his hand. Almost as if he was telling me to stop talking. When in the chat, of course Jude would notice that. Yep, absolutely. Oh, right. You don't want me to talk about the cargo anymore, do you? I would like to... Yes, if possible, I would like to leave it at this. After all, I would not want this to be overheard by somebody who might be interested in stealing the cargo. I wonder if there's anybody who would be interested in that. I mean... Hang on! The man... I like it better when Philia is talking. She never uses big words. Philia, my girl. This is not the term that I'm looking for. These are not the terms that you're looking for. I'm using the other dictionary again. The other dictionary is better. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is the correct kanji. Oh, are you sure you're not being too overly cautious? No. In my opinion, we can't be cautious enough about this. I could only think about how strange his level of alarm regarding this was. After all, courier. After all, he went as far as to send another courier after me on the halfway point. By setting up a mode of communication over such a complicated route, it makes it harder to track us back. After all, is the cargo really worth that much? Yes, it is. That is why we need to be careful. Is there anybody else after it? The old man stayed quiet. Maybe he couldn't answer. So, did you see everything? Really see everything you needed to see earlier? Moroni? Let me see. Did you see everything? Are you sure that you saw every part that you needed to see? Oh, he meant it differently. Oh, so... Okay, so what about the recording you made earlier? Wouldn't it be a problem if somebody saw the cargo reflected on that? Oh. As long as the information is as general as that, the danger is comparatively small. Hang on, I need to look, I think I have mistranslated this word before, but it's okay. This is the third time now that this word is used, and, okay, Oh, information that only makes sense. Okay, information that only makes sense in context is not that dangerous. Only makes sense in context? Why don't I know this? Didn't I know this word? What I'm saying is that as long as we don't directly address the subject, we're safe. Huh? Huh. Oh! What I'm talking about is that, oh god, I think he's talking about, yeah, okay. I'm talking about the fact, about how far advanced the technology that once was called signal intelligence is. That there are thoroughly advanced manners of signal intelligence, of what was once called signal intelligence out there. I think he's talking about pattern recognition softwares. That's what I think that's what he's talking about. I know that this sort of technology exists. But I am very surprised that there are still people who have interest in technologies like that out there. Yeah, he is talking about pattern recognition systems that can take in entire communications and analyze them. Hang on. Why did I... Okay. Wait, I skipped a line. Hang on. Okay, back when the surface of the Earth was full with humans, in the time when the surface of the world was full with humans. Temma. They acted as a counterbalance to these technologies were used to balance out the time and labor that would usually be required. Oh god, I hope I get this right. I hope I'm not too tired today, but I think we're getting what's happening. I will just assume that there are people out there who do have access to these technologies and know how to use them. So we can't talk about any details until we have completely secured our communication. So, now about the continuance of your mission. Do you think you will be able to take on more? The cube showed the next the cube showed the documents regarding the next part of the mission. I let my eyes browse over it during the conversation. That is another very far distance. Okay, the route that he was showing to me was leading far to the south, right into the danger zone. By which I mean, it was several thousand kilometers to the south. What? What? Oh no! Oh no! There is there's a small half island. I don't know what the English term for it. I know the Japanese and the German term. Halbinsel. What is the English term for it? Wait, hang on. Why don't I know the English term for this? Peninsula. Peninsula. I should have known this. Okay, it's peninsula. Okay. There's a small peninsula down there. Oh wait, not small. Long. Why did I say small? Oh god, he's even talking. Okay, there is a peninsula down there. That's a long vertical peninsula down there. Okay. The journey will lead us right until where the peninsula begins. There is a mountain pass in the way. Oh dear. A mountain way? So it would be rather strange if I would not be worried about how dangerous this journey was going to be. Oh dear. Johanka. Side-eye? No. Oh god, I need to translate a few kanji terms. He really likes to kanji it up. this is not what I wanted. Okay, the most suspicious point about this whole thing was that even though the path was leading straight through the danger zone, the most concerning part about the whole thing is that the path was leading straight to the danger zone without any further instructions or informations about it. Oh dear. Oh wait, I think I got it wrong for a moment there. Okay. Can you tell me how complete the information regarding dangers reflected on this map is? Oh, I believe it is fair. It should be fairly accurate. The information was recorded about 30 years ago, of course, but I do believe that the environment and fauna, as well as other possible dangerous beings in the area, have not changed since then. Will you be able to support us? Oh, that alone I cannot do. Oh, that alone will sadly not be possible. You will have to make it through of your own accord. So he wants me to wager my life on this journey. However, if I am only able to gather all the necessary equipment, then... Is there anything especially objectionable about this job that I should know about? Oh dear. I will take full responsibility for everything regarding that. I see. Understood. I will bring the cargo to the second checkpoint. So you're accepting? Well, I've already made it this far. I would like to see this through if possible. Oh, that would be wonderful, thank you. Oh, and there's one more thing I would like to ask of you. Please, be kind to that girl, wouldn't you? Kind to her. Oh, you mean keep her safe and protected? Well, of course I will make sure of that. Oh, that is not all I was talking about. Obviously, I wouldn't want my cargo to get damaged, but I would really appreciate it if you could, be a teacher to her and tell her of as many things as possible. Well, now I don't understand what your point is anymore.
All I'm asking of you is to be a parental figure of sort. A mentor, if you so will.
He points it out! Oh, what is... Oh, flashbacks! Ha! Oh, did he not have a good relationship to his dad? Does he have daddy issues? Does he suffer from daddy issues? Do we have a daddy issue anime protagonist on our hands? I hope Randy in chat, I suppose he was already being kind of a teacher, even begrudgingly. No, it's sort of an order. Well, okay, still. Randy, lore! Yes! Oh! Because it looked like there was a woman who was like screaming as someone was pulled away. Is this like, are the daddy issues? Did he have a very not nice daddy? Are we getting into the meat of the daddy issues? Okay, I need to translate this correctly. Oh, I felt my mouth cramp up at that. Oh, he was like... The idea, parental figure. This is his reaction. Like a parental figure? So I should treat her like a daughter? Why does this keep coming up? Why does this keep coming up, yes? Is this really necessary? Oh, it is very necessary for her development, I mean. Her development? Oh, so you mean she is going to grow and mature? Yes, she will. Yeah. Oh, yes, she will. And it doesn't matter what you teach her. You can instruct her in school matters, or you can just tell her how to do the household. Or you could even teach her about your work. Yeah, we're back at it. Make her your apprentice. Make her your apprentice. In all honesty, I would like to tell you that you should do that. Oh, you want to ask an elderly person to raise a little girl? In all honesty, I would rather let a young, strong man like you do that. I mean, you can just do it while you're on the journey. I don't think that should be a problem. Randy in chat, courier Philia is going to be real. She's getting realer. She's getting real. Her levels of realness are increasing proceedingly. I hope you are aware that this is an additional request that is much harder than you are making it sound. Oh, but in exchange, your reward shall increase accordingly. I shall pay you for being dead. I shall pay you for being dead is basically what he just said. Okay, then I would like to ask you, why is it necessary to raise her, to educate her? Well, the most ultimate answer to this question would be
It is necessary for the fate of humanity. I am very sorry, but it is sadly all I can explain regarding this matter. Educate her. Raise her. So, he means I have to mentor Philia. I have to treat her like a human child. Elo in the chat, you now have the job of dad. Congratulations, you will be paid handsomely. I wish that was true. That was reality, honestly. Oh, I did not mean to. So far, I've been treating her like cargo on the journey. Have you though? Have you though? But you could also say that I've been treating her like a passenger. I tried to not get angry at her. I tried to not deny her anything. I tried to not push her. I even pretended to be seriously listening to her worries. After all, cargo is cargo. What is the point of getting angry at it and yelling at it? But if I have to teach her now, then that changes everything. I won't be able to, so hang on. Okay. I won't be able to protect her from emotional and mental stress when I have to do that. However, Philia is a machine. I will just have to use her as she's intended to be used, and if possible also, how do I put this? Sky is a dead. Like, treat her like a consumable, basically. Like, treat her like something that can be replaced and can be repaired. The most important thing is that in the very end, I will be able to bring her over to the old man in one piece. What is the most truthful thing that I feel about her is that I don't want to get attached to her. Yeah, moje iritakunai, that should be it. I misspelled it in the dictionary. Ah, there we go. Yeah, what is most truthful about my most truthful feeling about her is that I don't want to get attached to her. Yeah. Oh. Okay, let me check something. I think I know what this means, but I need to be sure. Ah, okay. I have no sympathies for Philia's overwhelming friendliness. I won't be able to promise you anything else than that I will deliver her. Oh, that is very well. Very well. Then I shall wait for you at our next communication point. The communication broke off here. It's so pretty. Philia was stretching her body out of the window and was overlooking the town that was bathed in twilight. What have I gotten myself into with this work? Okay. The abridged version of the collected information of researched information regarding androids of type AE. Okay, this is a little bit difficult because he's reading like documents. So this laboratory は過去した客グループから引き迷い研究をもとに表題のたどり調査を進めてきた。その最終的な情報をここに。Okay, this laboratory has conducted research and evaluation of information gathered by these certain groups in the past. The information we have arrived at doing so will be presented here. 本庄さんの実に対してはグラウナお最大大大なる支援があったそのThis research was enabled by a generous donation from the Grauner group. So like Willem Grauner's group, like our client donated to this research. Interesting, from the Grauner group. Without this generous support, none of the research we conducted would have been possible in this shape and form. Interesting. Yeah, okay, this is more like we have to thank our sponsors, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's all just thanks. We are thanking the sponsors who enabled this paper. Here's like 5 paragraphs about how thankful we are to have received money. Okay, index. Oh god, This is the entire paper. Are we reading the entire? Okay. Index. First title. Oh god, I need to. Oh god, I'm so glad I'm not writing my papers entirely in Japanese. This is like university brain. This is pure university brain right now. But we will hopefully learn about Philia from this. Iluasi, but first, a moment to thank our sponsor. Yep, pretty much. This kanji is so hard to write. I don't like it. Okay. I can do this. This is how you... No, he cut off the... Okay. I hate it when I have to translate. Okay. Outline of the implementation of this research. Sub point 1, goal of the research. Sub point 2, challenges. Wait, is it challenges? I think it's challenges of the research. Wait, this is pure university brain. Help! This is okay. Not challenges, but like okay. Oh, this is somebody's. Okay, sub point 1, goal of the research. Sub point 2, subject of the research. Sub point 3, time scale of the research. Sub point 4, research example. Oh! Now we get to the... Okay, AE, artificial ego. Okay, androids of the type AE, artificial ego. Were first recorded in Ankara in the year AH 225. Ankara, where's Ankara again? I know, where's Ankara again? I don't know where Ankara is. Why? I should know this. I am bad at geography. It's in Turkey. Okay, so, it seems that Philia's type of android was developed in Turkey. Interesting. Okay, so androids of the type AE, which stands for artificial ego, were first recorded in the year 225 AH in Ankara. Who developed this type of android is unknown. But we do know that this is the designation of a very highly advanced type of android. Ankara used to be part of a great empire. Ankara used to be the capital of a great empire known as Anatolia. That is real life lore. Wow, that was a flourishing land. However, due to a decrease in population over several hundred years. At that point, its population was estimated to only be about 5,000 people. Wait, what? Okay, let me check out real life Ankara. What is the population of Ankara? Because I think we're... Okay, so, yeah, this is not talking about real life, because the real population of Ankara is estimated to be about 5 million. Either this is like a complete alternate history, or this is even still in the future. This is really interesting. This is interesting. So they use a real place, but use some information that makes you tell that this is still not talking about anything even close to our current day time. Like, why did we have a population increase? We have population increases usually. Wendy in the chat, lore 2.0. Yeah, okay. Also, what does this mean? Let me just check this term. But I find it interesting that they're even mentioning real-life Ankara. This is the first time, like, any real-life places have been mentioned in this. So yeah, yeah, okay, so at the time Ankara was only like a mid-sized city with a population of 5,000 people. So yeah, interesting, huh? I think this means farming? But I'm not sure, let me check. Okay, yeah, exactly. However, due to the abundance of livestock and agrarian culture, agriculture, the people there lived in comparative prosperity. However, the skills... Okay, this is interesting, but... I find it interesting that they even picked Ankara. This is like not a town I usually hear mentioned in sci-fi. Okay. However, since a lot of technology was lost... Yeah, since a lot of technology was lost, there were little hopes at the time of reviving the former academic and scientific culture of the city. So it was like in the sticks is what they're saying. It was way out in the sticks. At the time. Which is interesting because Ankara is definitely not out in the sticks. Okay, many parts of the metropolis were abandoned and reclaimed by forest land. However, since in the metropolitan area, an underground electricity system had been established, the social history that had been digitalized there, the social log, kept recording without human knowledge. Wait, what? As our current research continued. Oh, thanks, Randy. You did very well. Thank you, Randy. Thank you for that. Oh my god, this is... What is this lore? We're getting a lore dump here. Okay. Could I? What is this for? What is this turn? Okay, and now we have a katakana turn I've never seen before. No. This. So, okay. Oh, okay. So, the records of this system were of tremendous weight for this current research into the ancient city. Androids of the type AE take the form of young... Okay, it says shonen, which usually means young boys, but given that Philia is not a young boy, I'd say like young children. Androids of the type AE take the form of young children. Well, the term used here means young boys, but interesting. And will be built to the specifications of being recognized as children of the people native to the lands. It would be correct to... It would possibly be correct to assume that this is to ensure that they at the same that they can at once be protected by the local community and also blend in with them. Oh, the android in our example was called Klaus, and spent three years living with the locals. So okay, so this really was a little boy. They had a little android boy called Klaus. Interesting. We're getting the Klaus lore here. Wait, what? Hang on. Hang on. Ankara in Turkey. Klaus. Ankara in Turkey. Klaus. Are they trying to imply that Santa Claus is a robot? Are they trying to imply that Santa Claus is a robot? What is happening? My brain is expanding right now. Is this why they used Ankara for the Santa Claus pun? Okay, in the beginning, the community was fiercely protective of the boy. However, after a while, persecution began. According to our analysis of sound records, the following reasons are highly possible as the reason for that. Okay, so the first point. Klaus intruded into the ruins of the old city, dug up ancient machinery, what does Namoku mean? Hang on. Under the pretext of gratefulness, Kyodotai. I think this is a Santa Claus pun. So, let me just check the log again. According to our analysis of sound records, of audio records, the following is very likely to be the cause for this. Klaus intruded into the ruins of the old city, dug up old machines, and under the pretenses of gratefulness, under the pretenses of gratefulness, tried to repeat and under the pretense of gratefulness tried to repeat the conduct of presenting similar units to himself over and over again. So that's what I understand here. Randy in the chat, Santa Claus used to be human until an accident in his toy factory turned his body into its current android form. Now his name is Santa Claus and he terrifies young boys instead. Oh dear, I was joking around. I didn't expect this to be a plot point. I don't understand what's going on here right now. Why is Claus digging up robots? There were cases of destroyed machines that, in the moment that Klaus touched them, sprang back to function. Okay. There were the people in of the area brought up multiple times the idea that automatic machines are drawn to and gather around Klaus. I need to be more careful when I write my kanji. At this time, machines were already stigmatized in the area of Ankara, stigmatized and being evaded in the area of Ankara. So I guess this was like at the beginning of the downfall of humanity. Okay. At this time, the tendency to evade machines had already emerged in the area of Ankara. This was a phenomenon that could often be seen at the beginning of the downfall of civilization and culture. That is why Klaus's conduct stimulated the anger of the people and provoked prosecution in the end, which seems to be the natural result. So basically, Robot Boy shows up. Everybody likes Robot Boy. Robot Boy's cute. Everybody wants to be Robot Boy's mom. Then Robot Boy starts digging up other robots and starts dragging the other robots back home like a cat with mice, and brings other robots back to life with his touch. And everybody is very freaked out And then they start to be like, no, yeah, we don't want Robot Boy. We don't need Robot Santa around here anymore. Robot Santa leaves us gifts of gifts of revived Furbies in front of like at our chimney. We do not need this. Go away, Robot Santa. So after 3 years after first being adopted, oh, Klaus was executed. Oh dear. Klaus was executed by stoning. 3 years after being adopted by the community, Klaus was executed by stoning. That was the sad tale of Klaus the Robot Boy. I don't know what to say to this. Oh dear. It was this way that it was discovered that the boy was in fact not a human, but an android. So they didn't even realize he was an android until they stoned him to death. Interesting. They stoned the kid. Oh dear. Oh dear. The remains of the boy, also called the corpse. Yes, we generally call the remains of a person the corpse. Oh? Hang on. What happened with the corpse? Let me check. This is difficult. Oh, the remains of the boy, also known as the corpse, it automatically burst into flame after he stopped function, and were burnt away without even one single piece remaining. Oh my god. Elo in the chat, killing a boy with stones. Oh, turns out he wasn't human. Well, that explains the noises when the stones collided. It is not likely that this is an incidental phenomenon. So it is assumed that he was specifically built to with the function to spontaneously combust upon deactivation. He was built to spontaneously combust upon deactivation. Okay, help. Which would mean that this android was specifically designed to not leave behind any evidence after destruction. I want a visual novel about Klaus, the amazing exploding robot boy. I want that visual novel now. We were not able to procure. We are not able to imagine the possible motives of the creator.
Eloise the robot boy bursts into flames upon death. Well, there goes our chance to figure out what happened, yeah. The AI type is a line of androids with an ego. So with a sense of self is also a good translation. With a sense of self. This sense of self is comparable with the sense of self with the level of self recognition of a human. Oh, no, wait, the grammar is different. We have not been able to discern by our research if this level of self-recognition is comparable to the level of self-recognition of a human. It is rather difficult to study this type of android due to their tendency to not leave behind any evidence upon destruction, any remains to study upon destruction, as demonstrated before. What will be elaborated from here on out is the information that this research center was able to gather from all different types of time periods and places and has analyzed. It should be on what we present here should only be seen as exemplary. It still continues. Hardware Toshita. In terms of hardware, AE-type androids cannot outwardly be distinguished from a normal human being. The composition of hair, skin, and bodily fluids, is exactly the same as for humans, and they even are able to demonstrate bleeding. They can bleed. Their hair grows. Their bodies grow. They can sustain injuries. So it is rather difficult and troublesome to distinguish if a suspected subject really is such an android. Philia can bleed. Okay, another thing I need to translate. Oh. Okay, wait, I got the wrong kanji in there. God damn it. I hate it when I accidentally don't finish writing the entire kanji.
Like right now. Okay, I need to write down here. Oh! I see! Okay. Since the metallic parts cannot be detected by a metal detector, it can be assumed that their skeleton and other internal mechanisms must be created from non non-magnetic legions. When in chat, we hit a surprisingly thick wall of information. We indeed did. So, okay, this is another thing. Okay, there we have another difference from a human being. Interesting. Let's see. Okay, they only eat very light meals. Oh, but wait, not only, but like they eat very light meals. Oof. Okay, they are capable of digesting solid matter. They also consume water. Okay, and it seems that their maturation, like that their what is this? This kanji. Why are there so many difficult kanji? That the constancy of their maturation period depends on this. So, water, very important. However, it is unknown whether they procure energy by eat or drink. And if it is, it might just be a simple function of that they were designed with. There, we have no known information about exceptions or special cases. Kurosudo machine. Hang on. Oh! They are closed machines without any... They are closed machines without any sorts of input, with any method of in or output. that like as Jude has said before, there's no ports and no wireless and nothing. Performing maintenance on them through regular means is impossible. So, okay. And since energy and such, and since energy fueling mechanisms do have their limits. We believe that the loss of electricity supply can be considered the natural end of their lifespan. Something like this is what it says. Hang on. In terms of abilities, there are no special points worth mentioning. Shintai teki, chiteki. Okay, but in terms of physical or mental abilities, they have none whatsoever that surpass humanity. God. Sorry that I have to look up so many kanji, but this game forces, well, this visual novel forces me. It's forcing my hand, you guys. This is a way to spend your Saturday night. Am I the god you're a pathetic meme? You decide. Just taking for an example, their threat level is no different than that of a regular human. Randy, it's understandable, yeah, thank you. They also do not appear to have any special effects on devices around them. Then how did claws revive machines? What happened there? What happened there? This is interesting. Explain to me, Klaus the Robot Boy. I'm very interested in Klaus the Robot Boy. I shall make a thread about Klaus the Robot Boy later. Okay, uh, the design of these androids does not seem to be taking combat or self-defense situations into account whatsoever. It is unknown where AE-type androids were developed. Many of the cases appear in the danger zone. And lately it has occasionally occurred that incidences of these androids have been adopted into a community. Okay, yeah. And so lately we've been in contact with communities that have reported having taken in one of them. So there's more than just Philia of them. Okay, there's more than just one of them. Okay, it is believed that they were randomly produced by the buried ruins in the danger zone. There are not too many of them, but AE-type androids have appeared in every time period and have been confirmed to have appeared in every time period since the first recorded case, and in every different area. It seems that their production has continued over several hundred years. The AE-type androids seem to be split into down the middle into boy-type and girl-type androids. Plot. Oh wait, I got this kanji wrong. Okay, because of this, while there are some cases where persecution has developed, in the beginning there have also been many cases where they have been accepted friendlily. What is especially surprising is that AE-type androids have the ability to age and mature with their entire bodies. The process is more loose than in a biological organic human. But it has been observed that several units have grown at least a few centimeters. What must absolutely be recorded is their reproduction of a self-sense, also called an ego. Take this kanji, please. Take this kanji. There, we got it. Okay. It is almost impossible to discern an AE-type android's true nature simply by observing their speech or conduct. So both from the outside appearances as well as software technically, they are a complete reproduction of a human being. Shooting. An AE-type machine can pass any Turing test. The Turing test has been mentioned. An AE-type android can pass any Turing test. The Turing test has been passed, you guys. I'll take a candy to that. We have beaten Turing. The evil has been defeated. Perfect chatbot's real. And in the chat, we have confirmed the Turing test exists in this world. We have! The skill and highly advanced technology that has gone into this design cannot be understated. Especially in regards to artificial intelligence. I'm being a bit loose right now. Finally! We're through! We're through! We're through! When I came back to myself, it was completely dark. Oh no. I had completely been absorbed by the materials I'd received from the old man. How late is it right now? I tried to talk to Philia, but I got no answer. It didn't even seem like she was here. There are no lights in this inn. I grabbed the lantern in front of me. Oh, she's. Oh, baby is sleeping. Philia had tucked herself. Oh wait. Philia had tucked herself into bed and was breathing steadily. So she's sleeping. She even has a sleeping function. Well, that makes sense. On the path until now, she fell asleep at night, just normally. She really cannot be distinguished from a person. At all. AE-type androids. If the contents of the material that I had received had confirmed one thing to me, then it was that this was a sort of android with a mind and with emotions. With a heart. They are closed systems. Wait, hang on. They're closed systems. Especially when it comes to their brains. But at least I was able to guess at the reason why now. If they had outside ports, one would be able to copy the data. For something that has a heart and a sense of self, that would be something exceedingly mechanical to do. Dangerous to do. Dangerous, not mechanical. Something exceedingly dangerous to do. Scarily dangerous to do. Oh! Oh, I got it wrong. Let me try again. Okay. If they had outside ports, it would be possible to alter the data. For something that has a heart and a sense of self, that would be something scarily dangerous to do. It could result into something very similar to a lobotomy. Oh yeah, we don't want to lobotomize baby. Do not lobotomize baby. By the way, this novel was rated all ages and she's talking about lobotomy. Mwah. Japan. I don't mind, but it's interesting. Randy in the chat, this novel was rated all ages and the whole Philia talk existed. Very true, very true. I don't want to... Okay, How do I translate this best? Ishiki? Okay, with how extremely detailed and highly sophisticated their consciousnesses are working, even just the slightest alteration might completely change their personalities. Oh, in the town where in my old hometown where I was born, lobotomy was a fairly common practice. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! However, over the course of history, this technique has been destroyed a lot of human personalities and been extremely dangerous and often been sealed away and forbidden. It's yeah. Most people don't agree with it. I will study Philia. Oh, Philia is studying. Okay, there's one thing I have to agree on. Philia is learning. She's not just memorizing facts. Just as okay. She is literally learning. She's literally learning is what he's saying. The way she learns is not at all like a machine. She's learning like a human would. Educate her, he says. The old man wants me to raise a Philia spirit. But how do you raise an android? I have no idea. The clock showed that it was past 9 p.m. At this inn, they don't give out any sorts of meals. There's no service like that. If you look for it, you might find a bottle of booze if you look for it, you might find a pub somewhere. But hang on. But going out seems troublesome. I took some provisions out of my bags and ate them. The expiration date was already pretty close. The meat was dry like gum. And while I was chewing it, I was mulling what I had read over just now through my head. Hey, does this taste good? Girl woke up. Girl is awake. Rubbing her eyelids a little. Philia looked at me. Would you like to try it? I ripped off a piece of the dried meat for her. It's beef jerky. I guess it's beef jerky. I ripped off a piece of beef jerky for her. She put it in her mouth and started to chew. Blah! She spat it out of the window. Hey! My body just spit it out. Oh, wait. My body said to spit it out. My body said to spit it out. You could have figured out that you don't like the smell before you ate it. What a waste. You don't even need that much food, you know. Yeah, but when we were at the marketplace earlier, there was this restaurant there and everybody was eating so much, so I wanted to eat a little too. Wait, did you go? Oh, but I went to the marketplace earlier. Wait, you went out on your own? What if anybody took you away, huh? Huh? Could I end up getting kidnapped? There are many people here who don't need a reason to kidnap a child who's walking around unobserved. That's awful. Don't go anywhere without asking first. Oh, yeah? Hang on. Oh, yeah. Oh, by the way, if you're not sleeping yet, then take your terminal and come over here. What are we gonna do? I'm teaching you a new way to use it. If it's for my work, then I suppose I can teach you a little. Wendy in chat, he sounds like a married parent already. He does! I do like it. I do like it. If there's one thing I can teach her, it's this. Everything that she will need to survive this journey. Honestly, I want this illustration, and I want to post it and see how many people think it's just a little girl playing with a Switch. So if you do this here, then this happens. This is what this is about. This is how you do it. Oh, you could also use this here. All that you need to do to get here is do this. It's easy, right? When in the chat it does look like that. Just a robot girl on her Nintendo Switch. Yeah, you mean like this, right? You're a machine, but you don't have any sense for technology. This must be a joke. Maybe it's because I'm already so much more human than before? Try it again, okay? Normal androids are experts when it comes to gathering and manipulating digital information. But it's so difficult. Yeah, we'll have to start from complete zero. Her ability to reproduce a human might be impressive, but as a human, she's incredibly clumsy. Damn it. This was the one thing I was trying to avoid. You know what? I'm going to teach you a game! Oh dear! He's doing the thing! I'm going to teach you a game! Oh, a game? What's that? You are going to be playing a video game. I've got a lot of them on this terminal. Oh my god, they're playing video! They're playing video! Let's see, there should be... It's not many, but I should at least have 10 or 20 games loaded on this thing. Obviously, those are not things that I loaded up there. They were already pre-installed on the OS. When you chat, he has lots of them. He claims he doesn't, though. I tried to start one of the games on Philia's terminal. Huh. So, this is what it looks like. I tried to load the same game onto my terminal. So, this is how you play it. There's like the stick figure over here. And you have to, I guess, move it? I see. It is a little girl with a Nintendo Switch. They're playing Mario. He's playing Mario with his robot daughter. It's so cute. Help. Nintendo Switch robot girl. And Nintendo should like buy this image and just put it on the Switch as a background. Everybody would love it. We started playing. There was a lot of trial and error involved, but slowly and slowly we got better. Incorrect tag in the chat. Oh my fucking god, is she playing Puyo Puyo? I would love that. I would love that. I would absolutely love that. The idea that just until earlier, Philia had no idea how to handle the terminal at all suddenly seemed like a bad lie. I thought that the rules of the game were rather complex, but she quickly understood them without problem. Soon, nothing but her fingers moved anymore. She was staring at the screen with all her might. Hey. Incorrect sec. Or maybe she could even be playing Smash Bros. Yeah, that would... Why not? Why not? Everything is possible. Philia is this... Gamer brain is happening. Gamer brain is happening. How is it? Do you get it now? Well, she definitely has a very strong focus power. That's the first time I've seen her this concentrated with anything. I hate having to deal with kids. Oh, wait. Okay, oh wait, no, that's not what he said. Actually, what he said is, maybe I shouldn't have tried to teach a kid to handle a computer this way. I was actually trying to tell you that if you learn to use the terminal, you'll be able to play video games, but... Okay. Oh my god. So this is what it feels like to regret your decisions. Suddenly I remembered how sleepy I was. And took off the boots, my boots and my socks, and laid down on my bed. Hey, it's about time you stopped. Okay. She replied without even looking at me. Three hours later! Wow, this is such a mood. This is such a mood. Please, I beg on you, go to bed. I need to sleep. I need to chat. She's so good at being a kid. She even gets way too much into video games like one. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna turn it off right now. Hey, maybe the game ends if I beat this boss. Okay, I think we might actually be at the end now. Let me just check real quick. Let me check if this was the line until we had to go. Until we had to go. I don't want to like overshoot again. That would be not fun. Nope, we're not done yet. We are not done yet. We still continue. So let's continue. It had been 3 days since we'd entered the danger zone. But even so, we hadn't run into any serious danger yet. Well, nobody may live out here. This is still the area where you get a lot of information from other couriers that have come here, for work several times. In other words, this is the perfect chance to mentor Philia a little. Now, Philia, try to look for the things that are 2 kilometers ahead of us. Yeah. She let her fingers dance across the terminal. And made a mistake while typing. She's still using her fingers just like a rookie. As long as she doesn't overwhelm me with her questions, we're at least making progress, though. Looks like the only way to get kids interested in technology is games. That's something another courier once told me. I hate kids, so I never had thought that I would ever have to use this method myself. Life sure is strange. I don't think anything dangerous is ahead of here. You can't just think that there isn't anything dangerous ahead. You need to be absolutely sure that there's no danger on ahead. You need to check triple and for twice. Okay, there are no machines, there are no larger animals, and there's no people either. Very good. You did very good. That's correct. All right. With that, you clear the lowest level. Alright, now let's try to keep us free of incident for at least several kilometers as we walk. What? But I can't do that! Of course she can't do that. It takes her 20 minutes just to stand here and really think about the information before her. It took me several months to get these skills myself. But that's what it means to mentor somebody else. You can only master these skills if you challenge yourself and go out of your comfort zones. You know that video game you like? The player character in this also has to keep moving as he's looking out on the lookout for enemies. You're Mario! You're Super Mario! You do it like Super Mario! I think I know what this means, but I want to make sure so I don't mistranslate it. Let me check it. The almighty video game. The almighty video game is being used to train this child. You don't need to hurry. You can make mistakes. Just keep going. Hang on. I'm trying to figure out what this means, but I can't do this. I can't do this. Okay, I think it's okay if she messes up at first. I mean, it's not like she'll ever be a real courier. But I did feel that I did have a little compassion with her. I don't think I would ever be able to use oh wait oh it's wait Donna know. I felt a little sad. No matter what I taught her now, I wouldn't be able to see the results of how she applied them once I handed her over. So what else do I need to look out for? What kind of education was this, where you don't actually want your student to get passionate? Oh wait. Oh wait. 生徒側に熱意は求めていない I was trying to teach her in a way that wouldn't make the student overly excited, but that didn't stop Philia from getting extremely excited about the questions that she was asking me. Well, Hosha? Hang on. Okay, oh, I see. What else you need to be careful of is, radioactive, radioactive emissions, poison gas, what is this? Landmines! And other traps. What is this world that there's like radioactivity, there's poison gas, there's landmines, and other traps. Oh wow. Oh. The machine we use to detect radiation is a specific one. So you only need to pay attention to this one for it. We don't need to be that... Okay. We don't need to be this worried about poison gas on the surface. However, if you enter any caves or buildings, it becomes our number one priority to check for it. Meanwhile, while we're on the surface, we need to pay special attention to landmines. There are many different types that have been left behind in many different periods. In order to look for those, you have to... I know I don't have to explain all these details to her. I was thinking about this, and yet, the moment she asked me, I answered. Oh! We passed through a thickest of dead trees and finally arrived at what used to be a large highway. There were heavy tracks left behind in the asphalt of the street. Maybe from heavy goods being transported on them one time ago. Out on the street, the danger is very high. It is much easier to move on streets like these, so everybody wants to use them. So the probability of running into other humans rises. If you don't make absolutely sure to check for all possible dangers, then you can't just simply waltz across this place. However, we'd already ascertained that nobody else was close by. Wow, you can walk so easily here. Yeah. The thing I was talking about earlier is also here. Can you see it? Those are houses! This used to be a village. It's not even that old. It was only destroyed about 100 years ago. It is so difficult to create these things, and yet so easy to leave them behind. This is much smaller than the town we were in before. Let's stay here for the night. We entered the remains of the village. There were no people here. It was completely abandoned. I need to look up the kanji again. Hang on. Today is slow walking. Hang on. Okay. Ilu, I see. Watch out for the cutoff point. I am watching out, but I think it's actually not that... it would still have to be a little bit ahead. Hang on. I know roughly where it's supposed to be, so it should work out. Oh, Oh, okay, the faded cold village. Okay, we stepped on... We took one step after the other on the soft ground of the faded cold village. We're going to split up and searching for a place to stay in, a building where we can stay for the night. It needs to be a building with at least two floors. Oh wait, no, that's the exact opposite of what he said. Stay away from any buildings with more than one floor. Why? Why? I would like to climb somewhere high. Because they are old. They are dangerous. Ah, right. Just because some of them are built of rock, don't let that make you let you feel sure that they won't collapse. Just stay on the safe side and don't approach those. So, what kind of building should I seek out? Well... Wait, I want to figure out by myself. She sprinted off. She's still just playing around. Oh well. Hang on. Don't forget to be on the lookout for enemies. If you break, I'll get in trouble. Okay. We are not just playing around here. I wanted to yell that after her and get angry, but I just swallowed it down. I left the majority of enemy search devices to Philia. So I had to rely on my own eyes and ears and skill to find a place to stay for the night. A certain residential building built of wood struck my eye. Maybe it was because it was old, but it seemed like it was fairly sturdy. We had already ascertained that there were no people here. But I also had to be very careful about any other sorts of dangers, so I was very careful as I approached it. Sometimes there are like potholes in front of houses. There are also people who lay traps for others for rather frightening reasons. I surveyed the area closely and made sure that there were no traps whatsoever. Then I did not use the door, but instead entered through the window. Inside the house, the situation was much better than I expected. The floor may have been littered with trash and other sorts of chaos, but the walls and the floor held steady. There was also there were also no signs of anybody having messed with this place. I I checked the door from the inside, made sure that it wasn't rigged with anything. And made sure that it wasn't rigged with anything. This house was safe. The scent of civilization was still left in it. Oh, he likes the word civilization so much. There were wooden tools strewn on the floor. There was cloth. There were books. Oh, books are the most books. Books. Where there are books here. Everything was left here just this way. I examined the rooms one after another. There was a food storage room, and there were several cans left in it, but all of them were no longer good. Water damage, and the time that had passed had burst them open. I checked the closets and the drawers. Since we had only just left the town, were packed with provisions of all sorts. But this was an occupational ill of mine. I found an old firearm inside. I found an old firearm in one of the shelves. I didn't know what kind of make or build it was, but it seemed to be a commercial rifle. These kinds of not especially sophisticated guns still existed even if in the highly technologized age. Hang on. When I took off the bolt on the moment I took off the bolt on the back, the gun came entirely undone. Obviously. It fell apart. Yes, that's usually what happens. I continued examining the sofa. The cloth that was around it was of course completely destroyed. And there were stains from tea and other things all around. The pudding. The springs had rusted. Since the building had held so steady, there also was no fear of the floor giving in. I breathed in the dusty air after I sat down on it. It felt like breathing in the remains of a life that had been lived here 100 of years ago when the windows here were last closed. The scent of it. It was enjoyable. Oh, what did Philia do? What did Philia do? Oh no!
Philia!
Yeah. He's screaming her name. I dashed outside. Oh dear, what did girl do? She came running, screaming and crying. Behind her, I could see a gigantic roof slowly collapsing. What did you do? I didn't do anything. I just threw a little rock. She just threw a rock. Why? Why as a child? Why are children like this? Amazing. They didn't even enable you to lie. I don't like it then when you're being so straightforward. Wait, no, that's oh, okay, I need to express it differently. Let me try again. Amazing. They didn't even implement the ability to lie. I don't like it when you call it implement. Oh, well. As long as I know that she's still okay, that's all that matters. You need to be careful when you approach old buildings. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It's alright. At least you didn't get hurt. This is one of the things you need to teach in right away. Oh! I have definitely taught her about this before. And yet, Philia just went and forgot. She's a machine, but she just forgot. We're going to sleep over there for the night. Oh, that's a really lovely house. Can we really sleep in there? Yeah. Wendy in the chat, she forgot. She forgot so hard. She forgot totally. Can I sleep anywhere inside? Yes, you can. Just make yourself at home. Yay! I felt like she let the air out of my emotions from before. But Philia treated the house I had found like a playground. Oh wait, no, that's different. Okay, I felt like she left the air out of my feelings from before. But I guess letting Philia play around here was a bad idea to begin with. Right now, this is still okay, but if we get into more dangerous territory, I can't allow for this. Hang on. Why do I need to make so many considerations for this machine? I was starting to worry about I was starting to hate that old man. We ate dinner. Wait, more kanji to translate. I used hot water to... Oh, I used hot water to rehydrate some dried vegetables. Okay, I used some hot water to rehydrate some dried vegetables. That is a good thing to do. Okay. And made a sauce by adding dried by adding solid seasonings, so like soup cubes or something like this. I put some dried meat in as well. I've eaten this so many hundred times before, but I never get tired of it. It reminds me of my times, I don't know, Kakadashi running around. When I don't even have the time to properly cook. And spent and hadn't been eating anything when I didn't even have time to properly cook, and hadn't been eating nothing but reheated rice and beans beans stew for several days. And then, kanji are hard. Kanji are hard, oh god. that had gotten so that had gotten as sticky as paste. I always wanted nothing else than to eat something like this instead. This was a comfort food to me. I couldn't even wait to taste it. It brought back my energy. Hang on. Whenever I have even the least bit of time to cook, then I always make something like this. However, today I didn't have the time to just leisurely enjoy it. Oh, the journey is going to be long. We won't have the time to prepare much on the way, and we won't have the time to make it perfect. Wait, it's so good. I wouldn't have taken the time to make this if she wouldn't be here to eat it. Hey, what is it? I was just wondering, are you creating electricity from the things you eat? I don't know. Then why are you eating? Because I'm hungry. If she converts the things that she eats into energy, then I can allow her to eat like this. It wouldn't be a waste. But if it's just one of the functions she has in order to seem more human, I would really like to see if you would be able to survive without eating anything. Okay. Well, I suppose we can see if you're able to survive without eating anything once we are low on provisions. Huh? Don't worry. Wait. Okay, I'm making sure. Okay. Don't worry about it. I won't let you starve to death. I won't let you starve to non-function is actually what he says. He doesn't use death. Non-function. It's alright. Huh? GP. However, I need to keep in mind all the possibility. Chibia, hang on. Chibia, what does Chibia has mean? Okay. However, I need to keep in mind what possibilities of hunting we have on the way, on our path. Wendy in chat, he really doesn't want to use any terminology that be proper for humans with her, even death. Yeah, pretty much, absolutely. while we were looking up through the window at night at the starlit sky above us. Philia. Hang on. I took some time to think about the person who might have designed Philia. I wanted to know if it was true or just if it was true or just some trick. Those androids that have an ego and self and a sense of self. Kore igai no kakai rashi kino wa 異説もったない。Hang on. She didn't seem to have any machine-like functions at all. She didn't even have functions implemented that would have been natural to implement in any other machine. I couldn't understand why somebody would do this. Oh, I understood the reason now. He's not that silly anymore. Okay. And I understood the reason now. It was to make them as human as possible. It was because any such functions would have made them less human. The AE type and the AE types were created specifically to be adored by humans. They were designed to lie, to deceive, and to make you emotional. Oh wait, they were. It was a lying, deceiving, emotional action. It violated the original principle of mechanics. Why did somebody need to make something like this? Shin. Oh, yes, okay. Hang on. Oh, God. I knew he would talk about this, but hang on. Of course, there was still the possibility that they were designed for unsavory, lustful purposes. But my intuition told me that this wasn't quite it. So he is pointing out one reason why somebody would build a Philia, and says, "I hope it's not that." I mean, I also hope it's not that. Maybe it was done for a far more human... no, not far more. Maybe it was done for a little more human reason than mere lust. For example, it might have been a parent who had lost their child and was trying to create a new one with an actual heart. That is a reference to Astro Boy. That was a reference to Astro Boy just now. I see you, writer. I see what you're doing. Well, I wouldn't know what that was like at all. It isn't something I ever even tried to understand, and it wasn't something I was planning to ever understand. He does not want to be daddy. The only thing that I can understand from this is that the person who designed her might have had a household. And even that was kind of a stretch. Hang on. Hang on for a moment. Why am I feeling it? Whatever. Oh, but what I did understood was what it meant to have a family. What it meant to have your roots somewhere and be settled down. What it meant to embrace a child. And to run out into the right into the danger zone with it in your arms. Oh well, I suppose that my work right now isn't that different from that. A parent who lost their child trying to replace them with an android, as if that could ever happen. I mean, certainly it would be a comfort for a time. According to the documents that I received, they even mature a little. But can they even grow up into adults? Can they become old? I can't believe that they would be able even to reproduce humanity until to that point. Because if they did, Then one last sorrow would wait for them at the very end. He's talking about the idea whether they can die of old age. One last tragedy would wait for them at the end. Gavarino. The tragedy that the adopted child that was taken in instead of the real child will not be able to escape from the reality that they are a machine. Then what would they do? Would they just destroy them? Would they sell them? Something about this isn't right. Maybe I'm just thinking about it the completely wrong way, imagining the completely wrong scenario. I want to know the truth. I want to know what the truth behind this is. I mean, I have to go this far into the danger zone for all this. Maybe somewhere in there I will find the answer. My consciousness was finally cut off by the embrace of sleep. It is very natural. After all, I need to recover the strength that I need to travel. It's not like we will be cut much of a break starting tomorrow. We're still not done. Interesting. In the morning, I noticed something weird. The sensor pods I had placed around us. We're giving us a great information of strange readings. But it wasn't. But they weren't pointing towards an emergency. If it had been an emergency, the machines would have rung alarm and had waken me up. The data that they gathered. Hang on. The data that was gathered was in the category where it just barely needed my attention. That is the sort of information that is usually displayed if the enemy detection devices pick up little animals around in the environment, or Or if strong winds are swaying a building a little. I wonder what it had picked up. And I had to be careful because it's possible that there might be some danger behind it that needed recording after all. I had to go out and check it and make for sure about it. This is what these filter settings were there for after all. Thinking about something that might have been off here, I scrolled through the history of reports on the device. I compared it to previous samples from previous journeys to make sure of what it is. There was nothing strange about the wind pressure, or the temperature in the surrounding area. But something was still strange. I believed in my gut feeling, and read the history again. It was then that a cold shower went down my spine. Philia, get up. There was no response from Philia in the room. Hey! There was a small room close to here, a small secluded room close to here where the toilet used to be. Philia had closed herself in there to sleep, but she wasn't there. All that had stayed behind was a sleeping bag. According to the census, it said that Philia had been here at least 20 minutes ago. Damn it! What is she thinking doing this at a time like this? I raised the sensor sensitivity. The battery output more energy. And it fizzled into sparks in the sound. There she is. She's standing out in the field. It's not even that far away from here. But it's a very bad place. This is the worst possible outcome. I quickly put on all of my equipment. I put AP type bullets in my firearms and equipped a device for something like smoke bombs. This should do it. I lowered the frequency of my sensors in order to hide my presence and left the building. Philia stood there. There was nothing around her. Hobo. She stood in a place where the buildings had been completely leveled. However, when I looked at my screen, I understood what had the reason for what had given me the strange feeling. Hikari ga. Okay, I need to. Okay, what is this? Oh! There was a space where the light was being distorted and redirected. Within it, there was a space where there was a space where light or wind could not get through. There was no heat expelled whatsoever, and there was just nothing there at all. To that space, Philia was reaching with her hand. Stop it! Oh! 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 Oh, plot! Plot is happening! Plot is happening. My voice couldn't reach her. I couldn't scream out. There was nothing I could do. The only thing I could do was slowly approach and whisper. Get away there! Don't touch it! Oh, Jude! Be quiet. Get down. Go back to the house. Hey, Jude, there's something here, but I can't see it. I told you to not touch it. Come on, come over here. Let it be. Hey, Jude, why are you whispering? I'm telling you to stop it and get down. It's dangerous. Come back here. Huh? She came walking over to me, completely unaware of the danger that she was in. And when she did, behind Philia, the space colored itself and filled up with black. It woke up. It was... I raised my voice. What? Run! You need to hurry! Huh? Philia ran off. Hey, what is it? Shut up and come here. We went back and hid in the shade of our building. We only had one moment to hide. And if we did it in time, it might interrupt its enemy scan. Get up your belongings quickly. Be quiet and hurry. Huh? But there's so much of it. now even the usually so cheerful Philia was starting to get nervous. I don't really know how to fold my sleeping bag well. Just hurry! I looked out of the window to check on our opponent. Well, this is scary. It was an just as I had expected, it was an unmanned machine that had used technology that can distort light to hide itself. It was huge. It was the size of an entire building. When in the chat, the music makes it sound scarier than it might otherwise. That is true. It was a machine with an unknown purpose and a singularity machine. But even among them, it was still rather small. What is that? This is a singularity machine, and it's a small one. Do you have your things? I did get it. I did gather it up, but singular what? Hang on. It's a machine with an unknown purpose. Well, that actually... Doesn't Philia fit that bill too? Just like you, I wanted to say, but I solid down the words. Is it dangerous? I don't know, but I don't want to find out. We didn't even see it until earlier. It was camouflaging and hiding itself. It woke up because it was reacting to something in its environment. I should have been even more careful examining this place. I should have taken Philia into account as a wild card. This was my mistake. Why was it hiding? I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it was out of energy, or it was trying to repair something, or maybe it was in the middle of an update. So can it move? It should be able to move. It should be able to move. Its mechanisms are clearly working. I wasn't able to see any weapons on the outside. Is what I was saying. But if I But letting my guard down just because of this would be the first step to doom. We're too close to it. We might not even be able to escape this way. All we can do is pray that it is not an attack type. What should we do? We need to wait for now. If we do anything without thinking about it, it might react to us. We need to stay inside the house for a while. Pretend we just live here. Just pretend we live in this house? Yes. Yes, as long as we do that, it will probably judge us as not dangerous. But I can't prove this theory. If this machine has anything against armed civilians, then my choice might have been the completely wrong one. On the body of the creature, on the body of the machine, I couldn't see even a single firearm. And even the device that it was using to hide itself was hidden. This might be the mild-mannered type. We need to wait it out. And if we see it either move away or go dormant again, then we need to get away from here. Is it really that dangerous? Philia looked at the machine with doubting eyes. She was acting completely off her guard. She was so shocked when she saw a person being shot at. But she seemed to have absolutely no fear in front of machines. But Philia is only able to say this because she has never been almost killed by a machine before. I held my breath and waited. Philia, meanwhile, stayed rather relaxed. Finally, the machine's form melted into the environment again. It reflected its surroundings like drawing a picture. And the strangely distorted vision once again where nothing and a space where nothing really was once again appeared. Using its light distortion technology, once again the machine vanished. I took a deep breath out. Let's leave. I urged Philia, who had been sitting there ready to leave for a while now, with my eyes. Philia put all her belongings on her and gathered them. Well, her bag, she's wearing her backpack and all. Oof. I was thinking about something. We had been moving for a short while without saying anything when Philia opened her mouth. I was thinking that maybe that machine wasn't so bad. You know that little guy? That little guy? Yeah, the big machine from earlier. What do you mean, not so bad? It didn't feel like it was going to attack anybody, you know? Well, maybe. You know, maybe we could have been friends. Wendy in the chat, what if all machines want to become human? Oh dear, it's Detroit become human all over again. Just what the hell is she talking about? That is an automatic machine. Naibu. If you're not in guard... Wait. If it has the standard equipment that they usually have, it's capable of killing thousands of humans. Hang on, I need to translate something here. And also, the machines wandering around the danger zone are not guaranteed to be safe around humans. Act safe around humans. Even if you assume that they don't intend to kill people. There are people who get killed by them just on sheer accident. Oh, really? Why do you seem so doubtful about that? It's just kinda... Oh well, you're free to think what you want. But please, don't get me dragged into your half-hearted thoughts and feelings. Hey, Jude, are you scared of them? Oh, those words felt like an insult to me. I ended up yelling. Wait. Not yelling, I ended up yelling, wait. Oh, wait, what? Finally, I ended up yelling. About whether she even understands what kind of danger we were in just earlier. Oh, I almost ended up yelling. I almost ended up yelling about whether she knows or not what kind of danger we were in earlier just now. But then I thought about this. What if my cargo ends up being angry at me? Oh. Oh wait, what is the point of getting angry at cargo? Instead of saying anything, I let out a deep sigh. Okay. Cowards live longer, you know. But if we had met friends, we could have ridden on that little guy's back and he could have brought us where we need to go. I couldn't even try to imagine that in my head. It seemed like something out of some children's book. I didn't even have the power to get angry at how stupid this was. Wendy in chat, I hope she figures out through this that he's scared of her. Oh yeah, that would be cool. If you really need to, you can try it again sometime in a safe place. But on this journey, we really shouldn't be approaching things that we don't know. Okay, I get it. Is that really going to be all that it takes? I was feeling an exhaustion that I didn't think I'd ever felt before. If I stop treating her like cargo and just say what comes to my mind. Hang on. I might end up really upsetting her. I've never before transported cargo that has a sense of self. But if Philia really was human, then her acting like this would just be appropriate for her age. And that's not good. Not at all. When the sun was very high up on the horizon. Philia pointed in the distance. It's a forest! We need to change the sensor settings for moving in greenery now. Do you know how to do it? So it was the forest settings, right? No, the greenery settings. No, the greenery settings. This is a... Wait, hang on. This is an area with a lot of obstacles. The forest settings would consume a lot of battery out here. And using them would make us easier detectable by opponents or enemies. So the greenery settings. Is that number 7? If you didn't mess with the settings, it should be. I did it! If you are in a place where you can, still. Right. If you're in a place where the radio waves can still reach and you can still see much around you, the greenery settings should do it. Once you are really in a forest. Once you're really in the forest, change it to the forest settings. There's many details regarding this. For example, the exact strength, the information you want to gather, and what you need to feed into it. I kept explaining it to her as we walked. Philia kept nodding in agreement as she was looking at the terminal. Oh, this is the last. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done for today. Ah. So, who's still here? Yeah. We're done. We did it. We did it, fam. We're done. Wendy is still here! Yay! It's the Wendy and Elu Club! Hi there! So, this is where we save. Actually, I'll also tweet. Why not? I'll tweet it out that I got this far. Did I just kill the game? Wait, does the tweet function work or is it going to kill the game now? Hello, did I kill the visual novel with the tweet function? How to destroy a visual novel. Tweet about it. Well, that is certainly one way to do this. This is me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're back. It's okay. We did not tweet. There was no tweet made. But it's okay. I know now that the tweet function does not like me. That is okay. We'll just save. At least the game is not dead. So. It is time for our recap again. I hope you guys are ready to help me analyze what we have just learned and what we've done and how far we've gotten, including Philia's video game addiction. So, as soon I will count down from 10, and I will count down from 3, and if we're at 0, we begin the read assignment. There's less of you here today, but I hope it will still be a fruitful one. So, let's go back to the log. So, three, 2, 1. Read assignment starts here. So, today we experienced Jude receiving a new cube from a different courier, which made him like very interested, because why is Wilhelm Gröner just hiring random couriers for all of these things? Like, he's never sending someone directly, it's always as untraceable as possible, and it makes him wonder, like, about how dangerous this is. They even can't even directly discuss the cargo on the transmissions, so there seems to be a lot of stuff going on there. So Jude has a transmission with Gröner, who seems like very happy with what he sees of Philia. He calls her magnificent. But, and also tells Jude that he's supposed to, like, educate her, raise her a little bit. Be a parental figure to her, mentor her. Which Jude is like, no, why this again? Why does this keep coming up? Why this, no, but then he's like, but I'll pay you. And then he's like, okay. Hi, I am very professional in the way I voice this. Anyway, so, it's nighttime. Philia, is just enjoying the twilight sky, as Jude starts reading, and basically what he got sent from Gröner is a research document from a research facility that was actually researching androids of Philia's type, which is the AE type of androids. And there is a story in there of a robot boy, an android boy in Ankara, who was apparently of that type, who was called Klaus, who for the first couple of months that he was living there with the people, was being treated as one of their own, and they were very protective of him. But then rumors started, and rumors that he was like, he seemed to be bringing back machines from the from the old ruins, and he kept apparently repairing machines, whether it's just because he touched them or he actually repaired them, I'm not sure. And the people got really unhappy with this, and eventually they stoned him to death. And when they did, they realized that he was an android and there were machine parts inside, but before they could examine it closer, he burst into flames, which is believed to be an intentional function of this type of android. So, Jude reads in the files that these androids really are completely indistinguishable from humans, that they can even age a little bit, apparently from what has been seen, that they are aware, but there have been several cases of them being found throughout all periods and all different areas, that they always take the form of children, of a child that seems native to the region, and that nobody knows what they were made for or who made them or what they were designed. Like, they seem to be designed to blend in and to blend in and be protected. That's what they seem to be designed for. So Jude is reading this until late at night. By the time that he's read that, the sun has gone down, he's hungry, he doesn't feel like going out to a pub to eat something, so he starts eating some beef jerky. Ilu, I see the chat trying to find out answers, want to bring claws back. We need to talk about claws later. We need to talk about claws. Gosh damn it. There's so much I have to say on claws. So Jude is eating beef jerky and Philia wakes up, realizes he's eating and wants to eat some too, but she doesn't like the taste and spits it out, which makes Jude angry because it's a waste of food, and food is a valuable resource. And also he's read that these the AE type androids don't even need that much food, so the fact that she ate it just to spit it out, it bothers him. It bothers him quite a bit. He also it decides that it's as good as ever a time to try and teach Philia to use the terminal that he gave her a little bit better, but she doesn't quite get it. So eventually he just decides to let her play a video game, apparently a platformer from what it seems like, on it, and she gets completely gamer brain. She just in the zone, playing the game, not listening to anything, and Jude is regretting his life choices. Because now he can't get any sleep because Robot Girl is doing the gaming next to him. We have a little time skip here. We pick back up like a few days later. They are out in the field. He's trying to teach Philia how to correctly scan the environment for dangers, which she does, but she's like very clumsy about it. The best way to teach her is really gamification. Just bring everything back to her favorite video game, then she does it better. But even so, she's just not very careful, she's very clumsy, and when they arrive at a small town, a small destroyed village where to rest, Philia, while they are split up and searching for a place to sleep for the night, even though Jude repeatedly called to ask her to be careful, just throws a rock at a building and causes it to collapse, which almost gives the poor dude a heart attack. When he was just examining true connoisseur of old human life. The beautiful life that was lived here. I'm a connoisseur, I'm sitting on the sofa and enjoying it, and then, yeah, suddenly robot daughter collapses the house. Beautiful. So, they stay in the building for the night. Jude makes them some food, some of his favorite food, which is just a vegetable stew made of dried ingredients. And he lets her eat some, even though he's still peeved by the fact that he doesn't know if she actually needs to eat it, or if she's just eating it because of a program that's running and making her eat. Which bothers him because he really doesn't like wasting food. That said, they do just finish the dinner. They make themselves comfortable in the house that they decide to stay for the night. And as they do that, Jude is looking at the stars and thinking about why Philia might have been built. He comes up with a possible backstory that is like surprisingly similar, not surprisingly, but like suspiciously similar to the backstory of Astro Boy, like Tetsuwan Atomu, like extremely similar to this, but he admits to himself that that's just his imagination. He has no idea if it's anything like this, but the reason he brings it up is interesting, because firstly, earlier when Gröner was telling him to be a parental figure to Philia, he had like this really quick flashback, which made it seem like he has really bad experiences when it comes to especially like paternal things. And the other thing is that he makes it very clear in his internal monologue he never wanted to be a father, he never wants to be a father, but he does know what it means to have a home and what it means to want to be home. And that's partially of why he thought about whether this was somebody trying to restore a lost family or something like that. But in the end, he really just wants to know why Philia was built and what the purpose behind it was, and he wants to figure out more about it. But eventually he just goes to bed, they sleep, and then when he wakes up he realizes that the readings on his devices are weirdly all over the place. He does a quick analysis that takes a little longer because the data is really not that easy to read, and quickly realizes, oh shit, there must be a singularity machine close by. So he tries to find Philia, who is not in her sleeping bag, and is like very terrified. He equips some weapons, goes outside, and finds Philia almost touching the sleeping singularity machine because she's fascinated by the way it distorts light to camouflage itself. He manages to make her step away from it, but she's so loud while she does it that the machine activates. So they need to go back inside the house where they were camping and wait for it to deactivate again before they can leave. And as they do so, Philia is like extremely like bewildered, interestingly enough, by the idea that this machine might be dangerous. She doesn't understand the concept, and Jude is just like, she can only act like this because she's never seen this thing kill something. And while they are on their way out of the village after this all happened, Philia is like, maybe we could have made friends with that one. And Jude is just like bewildered by this because he wants to get angry at her because he has seen these things kill so many people, and he thinks she's just extremely naive. He doesn't think that she might just be feeling something that he doesn't understand, and he also, obviously also thinks of her as a purposeless machine, which is like something he also considers the singularity machines to be. So, they just keep walking, and he brings it back to her training, and he keeps like training her a little bit, teaching her about the settings on the terminal. And that's where we are now. We are now in the forest. And this is where we stop. Welcome to the analysis part, everyone. Let us analyze what has happened today. Well, Randy chat, Wilhelm seems to agree that Philia's well-being is pivotal to save the world, but doesn't elaborate, likely because they weren't supposed to discuss the cargo in the first place. We might know why she needs to be intact now, since this type of android might spontaneously combust otherwise, oh yeah, but the way she saves humanity is still unclear. From the way she talks about the machines and sympathizes with wild humans, one would think that her saving the world means she'd be able to bridge the separation between wild human and machine, but it's hard to tell why exactly. The lore presented in this chapter was pretty interesting. Oh yeah, the lore dump was certainly something. We need to talk about claws, everybody. I will also, like, on Moodle, and once I'm on Moodle, I need to make a thread about this because I don't think anybody else has, like, made a thread, but we need to talk about claws, because just the fact that, firstly, the fact that they chose Ankara, that like the author chose Ankara as the town where Claus lived. I find it interesting because the name Claus, the name Claus was not chosen by accident. It is clearly supposed to be a reference to Santa Claus. So Philia didn't know her own name. So was this a similar situation? Like, did the people who lived there find him on Christmas Eve? And they were like, this is funny, we're calling you Santa Claus because this is Ankara and it's Christmas Eve. And the Westerners like to talk about Saint Nicholas, so we're calling you Claus. Or is this just a reference to something else? Because the idea, like, the thing is, like, it also spoke about how Claus kept bringing back machines from the old town. I wonder if this was supposed to be, like, the symbolism here I think is supposed to be that he was bringing them as gifts. Like, he was trying to bring the machines to the people to help the people, but the people didn't understand it as that because the people thought machines were dangerous at this point. I think, like, how I get it is, like, he was bringing these machines as gifts to help the people. I would be really interested to actually hear some of, like, the voice files that they analyzed regarding Claus's life. That would be interesting to see what really happened there, because even the analysis of the scientists is clearly biased too. Because that is interesting for me, especially because, as I said, like, this entire section was university brain. It felt like, oh my god, this is just somebody's thesis paper. I've read so many of those. But that's that. You can never be completely unbiased, even as a researcher. So, there is some interesting levels of stuff going in there. We have third, fourth hand information there. We haven't met this kid. I would have loved to see this kid. I want to know what happened there for real. So that's interesting, especially because was not that, like, Ankara still existed at the time. That is interesting because in the present day we don't have any real place names so far. We don't know what place this whole thing is set in. We don't know even the continent that this is on. But we know that Claus was in Ankara. Eloisa, the research paper with the sponsors. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like we have learned that Gröner sponsored the research. So, firstly, that means that like his family was already around at the time, and that also means that his family has been researching the AE-type androids for quite a long time, which is definitely interesting, because that means that this has been going on for not just a short time, but like since pretty much almost as long as this post-apocalypse has been going on. So this is just the culmination of like hundreds of years of people encountering these androids again. And this also means that these androids might have been, the AE-type androids might have been around just as long as the singularity machines, which means they might be connected. Eloise, AE, artificial ego between. Yeah, exactly, that's what it is. I find the use of the term ego interesting too, because chica being translated as ego is normal, but ego is also like very much a term that is deeply connected to analytical psychology and psychoanalysis. And like basically the ego is supposed to be the part of the psyche that is self-reflective. So that's why I like to translate it as like self-awareness or self-recognition. Basically, the ego is the part of you that can look in a mirror and recognize that that is you. And I think that's I like the word chiga a lot. Chiga is a fascinating term, which is ego in Japanese. So there's a lot to think about here, especially because now it's confirmed that she was programmed this way, but it's a black box because it's a closed system. We don't know how this was made. We don't know what was used to make this. We don't know how, like, what kind of storage medium she has. Oh yeah, and that also reminds me that Jude compared the possibility of her programming being altered to her receiving a lobotomy. and also talked about how he grew up in an environment where lobotomies were fairly common. I find that interesting because he described lobotomy as something terrible, while also talking about her having her program altered. So he has acknowledged, he is acknowledging that she has a sense of personhood by doing that, because he is acknowledging that it would kind of be terrible if her program was messed with and it would damage her personality. He's kind of acknowledging that. So I find that interesting, because as much as he keeps saying she's cargo, she's cargo, she's cargo, she's cargo, he's clearly not thinking of her as cargo at this point. I don't think he's clearly like getting into, maybe not thinking of her as a daughter, but definitely thinking of her as someone. He has some protective sense going on there, and as much as he wants to push it on her, manipulating him, which he keeps bringing up. He keeps calling it a lie, a deception, which is interesting because he calls it a lie and a deception just lines after he also said that she is incapable of lying, like she's a very terrible liar. So the cognitive dissonance is real. The cognitive dissonance is really, really real. It's fascinating. We also have we learn so much about Jude himself just by seeing him interact with the things around him, like the way he interacts with an old house. Every little detail about it fascinates him in its own way. Just the fact that people who used to live here is like, it speaks to his ideals of what human life should be like. Elu Eyes in the chat, if I think about her as cargo long enough, I might finally believe it again. Oh yeah, Jude, probably. Yeah, very much so. Then there's the whole deal with Philia. Like, I think that, honestly, I know that it was a bit, I don't want to say fan servicey, but very anime-ish, but like, I'm sorry, but Philia playing that video game was adorable. Extremely adorable, and I think moments like these, we get a lot of moments like these where Philia is just being a kid. And I think what that also tells us is there's just something so natural just in the small choice in life. And I like it when an author can express that, which they absolutely do. I think they overuse the comedy music a little bit too much, because as much as it is a good track, I think sometimes some of these scenes would work better without it. But it's also just, it's interesting that they bring up gamification, that like Philia learns better when she thinks of things as a game, which is again a very human thing. So it is difficult to analyze her because she is very much a child, and she's a very young child, and she hasn't done like, her motivations, she doesn't understand her own motivations. But what is interesting is her attitude towards the singularity machine, because it's completely different. She was scared of a deer before. She was terrified of a deer, but the singularity machine, she immediately feels like, yeah, we can be friends. Which again, I feel like this might point towards there actually being a connection between the AE-type androids and the singularity machines. Like, there might be something there that she subconsciously understands that Jude doesn't. Randy in the chat, to be fair, you don't need to lie to manipulate. He probably feels it's disingenuous for her to act human when she is a machine. But she's the one being earnest here. Yeah, absolutely, I agree. She's extremely honest. She's honest to the point that she's hard to analyze, because there's just not much hidden behind her intentions. There's not much hidden because she's just being a child. She's just being frank about what she feels and what she thinks. She also doesn't have any trauma to speak of or anything. She's very, I don't want to use the term, but honestly I think the right term would just be pure. She said she's the ingenuine, I don't know, I can't pronounce it, but like this character archetype of the young girl, completely untouched by the realities of the world. I like her a lot, but she will probably be more interesting to talk about after she's gone through a bit more. I mean, yeah, that she saw that one person getting shot. That was definitely traumatizing. But right now she's bouncing back from it by, like, trying her best to work hard to become a courier, which is, it's just interesting to watch this bond between her and Jude build. That he doesn't want to admit is there, but it is there. Like, he keeps answering her questions. He clearly enjoys instructing her as much as he complains about it. And as much as he complains about her naivete, he clearly enjoys doing this. What else? I think I've actually talked about pretty much everything now. Is there something I left out? Is there something I've left out, you guys? But yeah, I need to make a thread about claws. When in the chat, I think you did talk about most of it. Good job. Thank you, guys. I'm glad. But yeah, I'm fascinated by this whole story so far. But there was a lot of like exposition in this one, so it was kind of exhausting. That said, actually seeing a singularity machine face to face for the first time in the story was kind of exciting. Especially because it didn't actually end up doing anything, because that shows us they are not just like killing machines that immediately destroy. There is more going on here, and right now I'm just really intrigued by a lot of what we've learned. I'm intrigued by Philia's possible connection to the singularity machines, and I'm intrigued by claws. I want to know more about claws. Where's my claws spin-off? Somebody give me my claws spin-off. Anyway, I think that's it for all for today. I thank you guys for joining. I kind of hope we'll have more people again next time. But hey, I'm doing this on Saturday evening, close to Halloween. What did I expect? Thank you guys for joining tonight. We'll put a pin in it here. This was fun. See ya! Nighty night!